And Thursday night blessings, well, almost Friday morning blessings, right? Coming up about 3 minutes shy of Friday the 17th. Bill Taylor here, KENS 5 Digital Center. Hope God's peace is finding you where you are this evening. We've got a new change. We've got an updated flood warning out to our west. You know, the San Antonio situation has improved, and from east to west, things will continue to improve. But we still have this upper level low. We still have a lot of moisture in place, and therefore we still have a chance of seeing additional heavy rains. Any additional drop has nowhere to go but up. There's zero absorption ability in south central Texas, never mind the exact spots of where you see the flooding. So I want to open up with the flood watch, the remaining flood watch tonight, as well as the new warning. So let's start with that. It is going to be the Uvalde warning. So let me show you by putting the arrow on the screen here. This is the new polygon. See it right in here? Pretty much, tornado warning. Right in front of us. Look at that. Okay, so now we got a tornado warning. Real County. Real County. All right, if we could, oh, you know what? On that crawl, do you know? Well, I'll stay here. Do you know how to? Is there a way, Jacob, that we can put this on the air? It might be Gabby. All right, let's obviously. I was showing you that new flash flood warning for Uvalde County. But instead, let's get in on what we've got in Real County. A brand new tornado warning in effect until 12:45. So 45 minutes on this. Let's take lightning off so we can get a good idea as to what we're dealing with. Boy, the polygon is over Lakey, but the cell, and I'm going to say it's always the rear flank downdraft. So we always look at the bottom of the polygon, southwest area of this polygon, for where we could have some rotation. Well, praise God that I was still here for this, because we've been just kind of running crawls on KENS 5 and watching the radar. And now we've got some rotation. So let's take a look at exactly what we're dealing with. Haven't seen a tornado warning all day or all evening. Southeastern Real County. This is a radar indicated area of rotation. So this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is near Camp Wood. It's just east of Camp Wood, about 10 miles southwest of Lakey, and moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. So even the northeast track, I think, keeps it west of Lakey. If you're in Lakey, I really do think that it stays west of Lakey. But anyone within this polygon, which is essentially between Camp Wood and Lakey right now, you need to seek shelter. You need to take cover. You're at, again, midnight. Make sure you're in the lowest the lowest floor room that is surrounded by interior walls, whether that be a building or your home. It's got to be a downstairs first floor room that is surrounded by walls that are still inside. That's why typically a bathroom is the best room, because you also have fewer windows. Sometimes there is one window in a bathroom, but you want to be away from windows as well. This could be a tornado at any moment. Right now it's, of course, radar indicated rotation. And now we're going to take a look at a couple of different factors. Now, what I watch for here is we want to see whether or not there's a defined notch. Right in here is where we're probably most concerned with rotation in that thunderstorm, because what the radar does, it shoots its signal into the storm, right? And it can detect if that water is being whipped around within the storm, and that's why you get that shape, that hook echo, as it's referred to. Is that more Lakey or Camp Wood? I would say more Camp Wood than Lakey. Volume is down. Does that just mean it's low, Melody? How are you, Melody? Haven't seen you here in a while. Yes, prayers are going out for everyone in the path of this storm. Lord, protect them. Lord, you are sovereign. Please give your protection to all the residents that are in the path of this storm right now. I want to now take a look at storm relative velocity and see if we've got what's called gate-to-gate shear. Okay, there it is. So what we're going to look for, green and red right up against each other. And there it is. Okay, so that's the gate-to-gate shear where you see the green and the red butting up against each other right there. Essentially indicating that we have the rotation, because if the green is moving, is winds moving towards the radar site, red winds moving away from the radar site. So just picture that's the rotation. That's why we have the warning, because this is an area, pretty tight area of rotation. Fresh sweep, okay, no change just yet. And let's see what we've got on where it's moving again. Northeast at about 15 miles per hour. So we can cone and track and see what communities might be in the path of this storm. There's a fresh sweep. We're using the Brackettville radar sweep on this. Possible tornado being reported by KENS 5 right now. Please take precaution. Thank you, Cindy. Absolutely, Melody. No worries. Yes, I love the prayers. Praise God. Okay, here we go. At 15 miles per hour. I've got to make sure this is, oh yeah, that was at 35, so that would have been way off. So 15, and now let's go. And we'll do it from the rotation area, okay? And move it northeast and see, again, if it just on that path, if it stays on that path, and I'm moving a little bit more east-northeast, keep it in the same shape as the polygon, and look at that. There isn't one community showing up within that cone. Now that's why I want to also try it another way, just to make sure. We can do a squall line track. So that's the cone track, squall line track at 15 miles per hour. And now let's do this entire area, which, well, not there. Let me do that again. Right in here. Oh. New fresh sweep, got a little bit tighter, still showing a good sign of rotation. Real good sign of rotation right there. And what I'm talking about is right here. See this? Right in that gate-to-gate shear where the red and green are matching up next to each other. Again, west of Leakey, so a very rural area of Real County. This is Real County, miles northwest of San Antonio. Camp Wood's an awesome town. I was out there. They did a children's book signing one time where all the kids wrote little stories and then had a book signing.
Hi.
Marcus, how are you, my friend?
Go to the studio
and we'll just take this live on Facebook and keep this going?
Yeah.
And you'll be able to, so in other words, do what I was talking about, but do it from there. You got it. Yeah. Let's, let me just track this here. Yeah, see, we still don't have anyone in the path of this storm. So this is a very rural area of Real County. And that is a blessing. Because this could be a tornado any second. Okay, so you just heard the game plan. Working with my great digital team here. Our producers are on standby, making sure that we can get this out to you. And thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, everybody. We're just glad. We're all a team here. AJ's here, the first producer in KENS 5 history to do a 5-box intro. I don't know if a lot of you, this is a whole big audience now that's out there. You've got some, you might get some fans. If anybody who wants to get in TV production, become a news producer, AJ Lopez, the first to ever put 5 up at one time. It was quite a day in TV news. I'm going to tell you that right now. It was quite a day in TV news. We love you, AJ. It was awesome, though. It was really awesome. I'm not playing. You know, when we start a newscast and we'll say, okay, we got team coverage. AJ said one day, why not? A lot of producers will say, why? AJ's that day, he said, why not? All right, we're going to join you on KENS 5. I'm going to go to the studio. Stay with us. I'll be right back. Good morning. Technically, Bill Taylor here shortly after midnight. Want to catch you up on a tornado warning that is in effect in Real County, northwest of San Antonio, several miles into the hill country, where we've already seen a redrawn flood warning for Uvalde and up into the areas that we're talking about. But now this thunderstorm producing some rotation, radar indicator rotation that could produce a tornado at any second. This is going to be near Camp Wood. Let's get right to the radar. I'm going to stay off camera for a couple of reasons. Number one, I don't want to block radar. Okay, and number two, I can also watch comments because we're also live on our Facebook and our YouTube. We're trying to get this out on all platforms just to keep people safe near Camp Wood and Lakey. What I think about are the hill country camps, the summer camps that are still going. There might be some that did not go home. There's some that may have stayed. And there were a lot of camps throughout this week. And I remember even talking to one camp director and suggesting, like, you guys should probably just come home. I mean, the weather's not even going to be great to do much of anything. How is Center Point, where Camp Camp is? Center Point's in okay shape right now. I mean, as far as rainfall currently. Now, the flooding situation there is not good. And so if they're along a riverbank, that's, of course, something to be concerned with. Prayers for everyone. Yes. Hello and thank you. Yes, Chris, thank you. God bless you too. All right, let's take a look at what we've got. I'm going to be, if you want to join over on our KENS 5 Facebook so that you can ask me any kind of question, we'll keep this in a Q&A style because I've got more to tell you than just looking at this tornado warning. But most importantly, let's look at this because first off, I did a track just moments ago on Facebook. And so let's go ahead and do that again. The good news is that this is in a very rural area of Real County. So we're not seeing any communities show up when we're doing the storm track. So what I've been doing is a squall line track in order to see exactly what could be in the path. Again, just west of Lakey. It just doesn't appear that it's going to be doing anything into Lakey if it continues on this northeast track at 15 miles per hour. But we'll still squall line it because it looks like it wants to go outside of the drawn polygon. Okay, and we're not seeing a well-defined hook, but what I'll show you in a moment is a very well-defined gate-to-gate shear area, and we're still not seeing communities in that region on that track. So that's good news as far as just hitting into a rural area, more than likely, pretty rural area. Let's go ahead and here tight and see if we see any. There's Vance. It should stay. Again, this is the spot of most concern where we saw the gate-to-gate shear a moment ago. So let me take you back to storm relative velocity and we'll see exactly what we've got with gate-to-gate shear. This is going to be the winds that are moving towards the radar site and winds moving away from the radar site at the same time. So up to Camp Wood and our area of rotation. So it's right there where you see the arrow pointing, okay? And it's really broadening itself a little bit. It's not showing signs of a great deal. I want to get onto the National Weather Service chat and see what they're saying about it as well. Just picked our son up from camp in Lakey today. Crystal, praise God. So again, very safe, and that is a good sign. That's good news right there. Oh, we're on camp. Hey, how are you? Bill Taylor here, again, live in the KENS 5 studio. Thank you to Jacob Rodriguez, producing things from inside the booth. Appreciate you staying with me, brother, and making sure that we keep our residents safe. Again, we're in a rural area. There is Highway 55, okay? There's Barksdale, okay, there's Barksdale, Texas. That helps us with a little locator. Also going to stay west of impact, and that's good news. This is, again, a very broad area of rotation that we're seeing, and so far so good on that. Let's get into the National Weather Service chat, see what our meteorologists are saying in New Braunfels, who are keeping a close eye on this. God bless them and the work they do in New Braunfels through all of this weather. We've got our meteorologists there doing a phenomenal job. Jason Runyon, CJ Magnuson, Matthew Brady. Rotation has tightened a bit more on latest scan. Mid-level circulation has been persistent. So when we're saying mid-level circulation, it's not circulation aloft, it's not surface circulation, it's in between those. And so when that's occurring, again, this is rotation that's being picked up inside this thunderstorm that could develop that vortex, could develop that tornado that drops out first as a funnel cloud, and then just seeing it again back into a full-fledged tornado or staying a funnel. So there it is, the tightening rotation that we're talking about right there that Matthew's mentioning is right there where that red meets green, okay, where that red meets green. So first thing we can also, or I should say second or third thing I guess by now, what's called the correlation coefficient. This is the radar product that's going to give us an idea as to what is liquid and what is not. And so we want to go in where the storm is. Okay, and you can see there's a little bit of a debris field right there. That's a distinct area. This could be a tornado on the ground right now. This really could be. Because when you see that blocked area like that, good confined spot of non-red, red's going to indicate water, purple's going to indicate water, and this is going to now indicate that we've got a lot of non-water things when you're seeing that green and yellow, even some of that blue, right in the middle of all the red. And when it blocks like that, that's very similar to what we saw at the rim Wednesday morning with that full-fledged F1 tornado. That's what, yeah, Frankie's asking exactly what we're showing right now. If there's any debris showing up on the debris detector is the, easier way to put correlation coefficient. Let's take this full right now, if you don't mind, Jacob, and we'll see exactly what we're talking about and just give you, again, a better view of this. And we can even loop this. I don't want to do it more than 30 minutes. I'll back that up just a little bit and just kind of show you. You know what would be better is if I just kind of loop it for, say, 2 hours and just kind of do this manually. We can see how it forms. Tornado warning in effect there. Yeah, see how that debris field moves with it? That's why this really could be a tornado on the ground, west of Lakey. So what's important is that if you know anyone in this area, make sure they're aware. They could be asleep, they could be streaming a show and not aware. Maybe it's, it's just heavy rain outside, but they'll hear that roar. I mean, it's a much different wind when it's a tornado. Sally, thank you. Melvin, when my daughter and I saw you praying on the air, it was marvelous. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Melvin. God bless y'all. Okay, so again, west of Lakey right now, right in between Lakey and Barksdale, a possible tornado on the ground in Real County. This warning in effect till 12:45. If you are in the path of this storm, if you're in this area, please take cover now. Please find that safe room in your home. Bring with you a means of communication so that you have radar in your hand and you can stay in touch with what I'm doing here on our Facebook Live, on our KENS 5 YouTube. How close do we think it could get to Uvalde? So we're north of Uvalde now, and this is good news. I mean, the rain has ended in Uvalde. If I zoom out, you're going to see a lot of multicolor because we're still in this debris detector radar mode, but there's no rain currently over Uvalde. So that's good news. Okay, so let's go in here. Again, this is moving, where are you? North at 10 miles per hour, 8 miles west of Lakey, near Camp Wood. Again, it's really northeast of Camp Wood, but it's slowed down to about 10 miles per hour. Still now moving northeast. Let's see what we've got there. Or more north now. That's good news for Lakey. But if it's moving more north, let's see what that's going to look like. And again, 10 miles per hour. Let me change that, and now let's track it. And let's track it right from the debris field, because this would be the tornado. And if we go due north, instead of any kind of jog to the north and east, again, not one community showing up in that cone. Oh, thank you, Sally. God bless you, too. Just joined live. Just moved to Uvalde. Latavia. Uvalde, a lot of flooding. I know that the major arteries, right? Is that still the case there, that you cannot? I'm just wondering if you can give us an idea. We had our reporter Alicia Nieves had to stop, anchor reporter Alicia Nieves had to stop in Sabinal because that's where she could go, and then you couldn't go any farther west. I mean, you could not get into Uvalde. I guess you can't get out of Uvalde, and it's just something that isn't possible right now. So we're wondering if you can even get in there tomorrow morning. So I'll just pose that question to you. Let us know, Latavia, what you're experiencing in Uvalde. Kat, you're welcome. No, you're welcome. This is what we do, the most important thing we do. Thank you so much for saying that. God bless y'all. All right, Denali, don't be so scared. Where are you? Where are you? Remember, we are not blessed with a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and sound mind. All right, let's see what we've got here. I'm going to go back to regular radar. That's, again, the debris field. And let's see if we see a distinct hook. Not really. Not really. I mean, there's definitely a little bit of gate-to-gate shear that was being picked up on storm relative velocity. Let's get back to that. Oh, you're in Lakey. All right, God bless you, Denali. This will stay west of you. Now, there obviously is some very heavy rain. Let's get back to that because a couple of you were asking about Uvalde. Somebody just moved to Uvalde. Mobile home on a hill, so I'm okay, but this weather has been crazy. It really has, Denali, it really has. But I can promise you that the worst of this, I mean, you're probably not even getting rain right now, and probably stays the case. If I show you this loop, and let's just do it for an hour, this will stay to your west, Denali. This will stay to your west. You've already seen the worst of the rain, and if I zoom out, there's no rain across Uvalde County. Thank God that they're going to have some time now to dry out. You see some scattered rain out across Kinney County near Brackettville and Del Rio, but nothing even building farther south from Uvalde. So you will stay dry for several hours, Denali, in Lakey. I want you to rest assured that the worst of this weather will stay to your west. Now look at that little curl at the end there, right where that arrow is, right where it stops, is going to be that gate-to-gate shear. So that's the spot that we're going to watch closely on storm relative velocity. Brian Harry, God bless you. Yes, God bless our first responders. Yes, keep them safe, encourage them, give them strength. Oh gosh. Okay, see where that red meets the green, right where that arrow's pointing is where we're getting that gate-to-gate shear, that tight rotation. So CJ from the National Weather Service trimming back the warning, took Lakey out of it based on current storm motion. Great news. Denali, did you hear that? Taking Lakey out of the warning area. And that's so that, again, you realize that this is a threat west, and that's where that polygon was redrawn. Notice how Lakey's no longer in the polygon. The polygon is, again, just off to your west. Moving north at 10 miles per hour. This tornadic thunderstorm remains over mainly rural areas of southeastern Real County. This is Real County. Just to give you an idea, if you're new to the area, because I know a lot of people that have just moved to south central Texas, let me give you an idea of just how far we are. From northwest San Antonio to where this storm is over 70 miles. Camp Wood, really cool little town there. Lakey, an awesome spot. I mean, this is an area that is just gorgeous. And most times is a very nice vacation spot. Right now, man, 2 years in a row this has been inundated with dangerous, deadly flooding. We pray for the families impacted that have said goodbye to 2 people. We've had 2 victims in this flood already, and that is just too many. And it's just, again, hearing the Kerrville mayor earlier tonight, and you can see these stories on KENS 5 Plus, and of course we'll have it again in the morning on KENS 5 News. It's just heartbreaking to hear him talk again about how, you know, here I am again a year later. It's just so sad for those people in Kerrville, Uvalde, and now here we are, Real County, in another tornado warning. We had several. Yesterday, we had a tornado on the ground Wednesday morning that went through the Rim Shopping Center. You're very welcome, Linda, another Lakey resident. God bless you. Stay safe. It's so crazy. I hope your family's doing with all this. Hopefully it's down for church Sunday. It should be, yeah, no. The weekend really calms down. Less rain tomorrow. Let's talk about that a little bit while I've got you. We'll keep this gate-to-gate shear graphic, the storm relative velocity at that view. And I wanted to, when I was on Facebook, we were just going to discuss the new flash flood warning. And before our very eyes, the tornado warning popped live. Okay, and you can see just how narrow now that polygon is for the tornado warning. Gives you an idea that it's not a very large area of concern, and that's a good thing. That's good news. Okay, so look at all of these polygons in green that represent flash flood warnings, most of which are going to be river flood warnings, but the county one is in northwestern Uvalde County, where, let me show you the outline I'm looking at right now. And this is now in effect until 7 a.m. Friday, right through the overnight, this whole region. I mean, about, what, 2/3? No, maybe half. About half of Uvalde County, where all of the county was under a warning for quite a while. Now it's just about half the county under this warning until 7 a.m. Then you see the other warning. This is going to be Real County. This is, again, flash flood. So Lakey, you are under this warning. And let me give you the specifics on this one. This is in effect until 3:45 a.m. Rain has reached upwards of 13 inches over the last 48 hours, and an additional 2 to 3 is going to be possible. So this storm now is going to be the last of it for a while, and it's west of Lakey, so that's the good news. April, how does the flooding on Medina River look? All right, so let's take a look at that. Low-level circulation is tightest it has been. That's just in from Matthew Brady, National Weather Service. So he's talking about, I'll show you what he's looking at right here. It's going to be back to storm relative velocity, right in there, right where that arrow's pointing. That's the tightest circulation that we've seen in this cell. And it's also now, I mean, we've really seen them shrink this polygon. I mean, you can, if I take this out, look, that's a really narrow polygon, but it's based on that rotation that that arrow's pointing to. So Medina River, I want to take a look at that for you. The Pedernales warning has expired. Medina River at Bandera. Okay. We are currently the forecast calls for it to rise to 18.7 at 1 a.m. So in about 30 minutes, it's still rising right now. It's expected to crest at 18.7 feet. That's still under major flooding. Major occurs at 24 feet, but we're in moderate flooding on the Medina River at Bandera. Moderate flooding is being reported for that river bank at Bandera. Medina River at Bandera. Thanks for asking. If we have any other river questions, please let me know, and I'll take a look. Grace has a big-time phobia. Yes, Grace, how are you, my friend? Wondering what I would have done being on the freeway and seeing, oh my gosh, right? If you can't get out of the truck. So a couple of things that we're kind of discussing the same thing, looking at that video of how many people were trapped on an overpass. Remember that it's I-10 eastbound is an overpass over La Cantera Parkway and the Rim Shopping Center right there. It would be to your left, right? And so considering that you're in a car on an overpass and everybody's stopped, you can't go forward, you can't go back. My first thought, you know, if you can fit under your car, I don't want to be surrounded by glass. That's why I'm thinking if any debris is flying, it's going to shatter that glass. And I mean, unless you just can hunker down inside your car, get down on your floorboard and just cover yourself with something, right? That's about the only thing I could think of. I don't know any other safe thing. I mean, you know, getting out of the car is very, very dangerous. So maybe staying in and covering yourself. That's what one viewer emailed me, because when I mentioned getting underneath the vehicle, a gentleman emailed me and said, you know, I get what you're saying, but, you know, and what I'm saying is get away from the glass shattering all into the car, and you're in the vehicle, right? I'd want to be out of the vehicle. But he was thinking hunker down inside the vehicle. And I'm like, okay, I could maybe see that if I had something to cover myself with. That's the only thing. Adolfo, what is different from this storm where we've had so many tornadoes, making it seem like Tornado Alley has shifted? Great question. All right, so Jacob, if you don't mind, let me get it back on camera to kind of explain what happens with what's called the low-level jet. So what's happening is that we have at about 6,000 feet, maybe even as low as 5,000 feet up, a jet streak, just a blast of very strong winds. And so what's happening is that as these storms grow, remember they can go up to 20, 30,000 feet, they're catching some of that wind shear of that low-level jet and getting some of that wind energy. The low-level jet is most active in the nighttime and overnight hours right now. And that's why most of these stronger to dangerous storms have occurred then. Like early, today's, it's technically Friday, so early Thursday morning, Paul Morales had several. He was on from like 2:30 to about 5 a.m. straight, covering tornado warnings in this same area. Okay, and that's why it's the same area again where we're seeing it, because that jet, that low-level jet, it essentially is like a set of train tracks right over the same spot, and it just doesn't move. And so that's why you see the training effect, you know, of the flooding, because the rain is moving right over the same spot, developing over that same spot over and over again. All right, so that you can see that notch right in there. If we want to go back full screen, thank you, Jacob, just so we can get this larger and give you an idea. Caitlin's asking, I can only remember 5 tornado warnings as long as I've been alive in Camp Wood. 4 of them were this year. Wow, that's perspective. Thank you, Caitlin. That's incredible, right? Wow. Yeah, at one point, what was it, yesterday? Or it could have been, technically, yesterday was Thursday now. But I'm thinking it was either Wednesday or it could have been Tuesday yeah, it was Wednesday, that we literally had like 11 flash flood warnings at once. And I can't remember that. That's what's happening with the wind right now. Yeah, Sally, thank you, April. Where did April? Daniela's scared. I threw up real bad because of the tornado warning. I'm so sorry. Oh gosh. I know it's a real thing, man. My youngest daughter, ironically, right? The daughter of a weatherman, and she had a serious weather phobia and wouldn't leave the house if it was even a light rain. She was like, we're not going anywhere. I mean, she would get really upset. And, oh man, we would have to adjust plans and pivot, because Peyton was like, we're not going anywhere. And if there was a storm, she would not leave the bathroom. She would go in the bathroom with a set of headphones and her iPad or something to watch and stay in there till it was over. So you see that notch right there. This is some good rotation. We haven't had a confirmed tornado. I say that, let me just make sure that nothing's coming across the chat. Low-level circulation, tightest it's been now. So we're talking about mid-level circulation. But now low-level circulation has gotten a lot tighter. So that's, again, indicating a tornado on the ground. We can take a look first for gate-to-gate shear and that tightening that he's talking about. Yeah, right in there. See where the red is meeting the green. Red is definitely meeting the green. But now let's take a look at the debris tracker, the debris detector. And we're looking for non-liquid airborne debris. And it was, yeah, it's there. Look at that. The yellow and the blue. So that gives us considerable distinction of it being airborne debris, that something's getting sucked up into the vortex. Remember, a vortex, back on cam for this illustration, if you don't mind, Jacob, it's kind of like this water bottle, right? So if I if I didn't have the lid on, I won't be able to spin it fast enough, right? And it's got a lot more water in it. I'd want it down to like here, right? And if I was whipping it around fast enough, the water would not spill out the top at all. It would stay right where the level is, right? And so same principle. Once you get something airborne in that vortex, and as long as that tornado is active, before it dissipates, everything inside of it's airborne, and that's what we're picking up here. So there's a considerable amount of it, and there's a considerable spot of that yellow and even blue showing up right inside that red area. The red, the purple, that's definitely rain, that's liquid. Then the blue and the yellows, even the greens, non-liquid. All right, just to kind of reset the table, if you will. We've got a tornado warning, Real County, essentially west of Leakey. And you can, boy, that's a good distinct notch. Look at that. And I'll catch you up. It's moving north now at 20 miles per hour. It's really picking up some speed. It's been wavering between 10 and 15, but now this is the fastest it's been moving. It's 8 miles west of Tough, 8 miles west of Leakey, moving about 20 miles per hour to the north. And in effect for another 6 minutes. We could see this one, unlike a lot of them, this one might, because of this tighter circulation at the surface, this one actually could get extended. Because we only have 6 minutes left on it. All right, that notch just improved in the sense of we didn't see how it lost its definition a little bit. That's a good sign of this storm dissipating its rotation. Again, we're looking at northern Real County now, very heavy rainfall. In fact, let's take a look at some of these rainfall rates in here in this brightest red. 6 inches per hour. 6 inches per hour. Sometimes what happens with this is hail. Hail will always throw off rainfall rates because it's ice coming down. And so let's see what we have on the hail tracker. Here you are. Excuse me. Purple showing up as maybe marble size, pea size at the most, but there's a little bit of hail in there. Definitely a little bit of hail. Not a significant amount. Let's take a look at the height of this storm. This is always an indicator as to how big the hail could get. The taller the storm, the colder the air it's tapping into. Therefore, the more likelihood of larger hail. So we'll slice it right here in the middle of it, and we're eclipsing 30,000 feet, approaching 40,000 foot top on this storm. So in other words, from the base of the storm up, we're looking at a storm that's over 30,000 feet in height. I remember we had a bad hailstorm in SA 2016, maybe, Grace? That was the softball size hail that we had across the north side. Liz, did they evacuate the campers in the hill country? I hope so, Liz. We were just talking to a parent who went and picked up their daughter. Thank you, Deborah. Yeah, prayer for residents as well as first responders in this flooding situation. Debbie's asking, hello, Bill. All this tornado activity reminds me of home state, Oklahoma. Oh, I bet. Juliet sends greetings. Oh, Debbie, hey, thank you. Yes, my good friend Debbie, Juliet, beginning her collegiate career at Baylor. God bless y'all. So excited for her. Danielle, I got a memory so I can remember a few storms that had me about to pass. I know, right? I'm telling you. Navy Rugrat lived in hurricanes East Coast. Hey, Sally, West Coast and Japan. So the typhoons, yeah. San Antonio has Daddy's last duty station, so I safely chose heat. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you were in the medical center tornadoes in the 80s. That was Hurricane Gilbert. So I wasn't here yet for that, but that was in 1986. Gilbert was a monster hurricane. That thing took up literally the entire Gulf of Mexico. I'll never forget seeing some of the satellite imagery of Gilbert, 88. not 86, right? I'd have to look it up. It's one of those. But it was literally the only water you saw in the Gulf was in the eye of that storm. I don't know that that's, but this thing took up most of the Gulf of Mexico. I'm sorry? 88. Thank you, Jacob. Look at Jacob. Thank you, brother. September 8th, even. Look at that. So a late season storm. Not really. Mid-season. That's right in the height of the season's activity. Mid-August to mid-September, that 4-week stretch is when we typically see the most storm activity. And this year, we're not expecting much because of El Nino. So it's a below average season in most forecasts because of El Nino. So nothing for SA overnight, Grace. We are in the clear. You can see the rain over the last 12 hours, and it's been really focused now across the hill country. So let's get in here a little bit tighter. A lot of lightning with this storm. But things are improving for those of you in Lakey, Daniela, and some other residents that are on with us right now on Facebook. God bless y'all. I'm glad that it's, again, the worst is over for you with this rainfall storm that is now drifting north pretty quickly. But new flood warnings have been issued now until 3:45 in Real County, what we're looking at, and then farther south, even though the rain has ended, the Uvalde situation is dire. I mean, they've gotten up to 28 inches of rain in the one rain gauge northeast of Uvalde is showing 28 inches of rainfall in 2 days. That's extraordinary. So what we've got here, we haven't had any hurricanes at all. It's almost August. Yeah, exactly. I mean, but remember, again, traditionally, historically, mid-August to mid-September is when we get most of the action. I remember 92 is the first year I got into broadcast meteorology. I was in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and Hurricane Andrew, late August, and that's the A storm. So we didn't get a storm till late August that year, and we all remember what Hurricane Andrew did. 2 landfalls, of course, southern Florida, Homestead, Florida. And then it went into the Gulf and made landfall in Louisiana. It was New Iberia? I think it was landfall there in Louisiana. So good cluster of very heavy rain. This is, of course, Edwards County. So Rock Springs looks like it's going to kind of split, and the heaviest rain misses the town of Rock Springs, but it's going to go right up the county line of Real and Edwards counties, moving north, and now you can see the tornado warning has expired at 12:45. So good news there, the tornado warning is over. No longer is a tornadic threat in this thunderstorm line, but it is still a flood threat. Again, I want to make sure you're aware that we've got new flood warnings in this area. What we're praying for is that this is going to be the last of the heavy rain for this evening or the next few hours, early morning, right? Because look, let me show you what we've got on these flood watches, flood warnings. The watch has been extended, so I'll take a look and give you the timing on that. Flood watch now through Friday morning, but all of these area warnings, this is extreme western Bandera, but it's mostly Real County until 3:45. And then the Uvalde one was also reissued. But this one's now until 7 a.m. The Uvalde warning is until 7 a.m. And if you'd like to see why, this is the reason why. Look at the rainfall amount. This is Dry Frio River, Frio, at FM 2690, 28.15. Now, let me give you perspective on that. If you're to look at area rainfall in the last 2 days, okay? In the last 2 days, 48-hour rainfall totals are exceeding 22 inches, but that other one exceeding 28 inches. And look at the San Antonio International number, 2458. That's all year. That's 6.5 months of rain, and we're up to 2458. It's only been 2 days, and we're at 28 at Dry Frio and 22 and a half. I mean, it's just unbelievable. By the way, Dry Frio is going to be right northeast of Uvalde. Dry Frio River at FM 2690 is at essentially that little green pocket you see northeast of Uvalde. But if you look at all of the gray areas, I mean, go up to Kerrville, 18 plus, 13 and a half at Bernie, 6.5 is Medina Lake, and then that pocket, that bullseye, is 20 plus from Uvalde County over into Kinney County. Just incredible. So now you understand why Uvalde County until 7 a.m. under this flood warning for about half the county. It's been redrawn for the northern area. Cat took me a while, but I recall attending camp twice with church members, Alto Frio Baptist. That's awesome. Yes, absolutely. All right, well, that's going to wrap things up. We will keep you updated on our Facebook pages. We're going to, and our YouTube, we're going to keep that loop going for you, okay, through the overnight. Meteorologist Paul Mead Ellis will be here in just a little bit and picking up coverage from here into your Friday morning. Well, it is Friday morning technically, but you know what I mean. All right, so please stay safe. Hill Country residents, God bless you. And please, God keep you and protect you in this deadly flooding situation. This can really, again, be a bigger problem. Oh, before we go, if more rain develops, and I want to just show you the encouraging news of what these models are showing us moving in through the rest of our Friday, okay? Because the upper level feature is still out there, okay? It's just to our west, and it's slowly migrating west, okay? Now you can see these storms here. This is midnight, and this storm just moved through. So that was highly accurate, and that's why we have high confidence in this HRRR model forecast, because it's what we call initializing well. It's showing us a good beginning. So moving forward, I've got good confidence in what you're telling me. So as we put it in motion here, 1, 2, 3 a.m., and more develops, but it's out over Mexico, closer to Del Rio. Moving east into Del Rio, Rock Springs, 8 a.m. Same line, not changing much, not moving farther east at 2 p.m. tomorrow. So really, it looks as though, according to this model, what we just went through is the last of it. And what develops the rest of Friday is west from Del Rio to Rock Springs, and really anything else is isolated and shouldn't be a big issue, okay? You'll see more dry hours than wet, and that's key in letting these rivers subside and fall, as well as water recede from areas. It looks like a good amount of rain building there along. That's pretty much the dry line. That's Saturday night. Okay, that's one model. We get our second opinion. And earlier, this model was actually showing less. And let's see first how it's initializing. Just about the same, with some rain again ending over Real County, but then look at how dry it keeps the rest of Friday. Okay, so one model, these are the two, there's more than two, but these are the two that we lean into the most and trust the most. But this one initializing so well, put some high confidence in the fact that the rain stays west. It's still going to be very heavy, and this could be flooding rains in Del Rio, Brackettville. Be on the lookout and stay weather aware Friday. This will be flooding rain. You've seen a lot of rain too, okay? And this will lead to flooding as well. In fact, why don't we just take a look real quick. How much rain has Del Rio seen in the last 48 hours? Because again, everything is just so saturated. Look at that, 11 inches of rain. So absorption rate is low. Southern Valverde County, even up towards areas north of Lake Amistad, over 10.5. So yeah, those additional rains, that will be the flooding spot, Del Rio to Brackettville, because once you get closer to Brackettville, look at these totals. There's 10. Okay, same. And so again, we're still under the gun through tomorrow. Foot of rain in the area that is going to get that heaviest rain. At least it stays west of Uvalde, where the most rain has definitely fallen. All right, I will leave you with radar, and then we'll again be looping on our Facebook and YouTube channels, okay, and keeping you up to date on changing warnings. And then meteorologist Paul Morales will be in shortly, okay? God bless you. Have a good night.
You feel like you're